Hello, 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 and welcome to the stream. It's been a while. Been a few days. So, what's new, First off, we have some exciting news straight from the Discord for Ostranauts. And I'm just going to read this right from the announcement page. So, we are now on the experimental 14.5.3. So, unfortunately, we are now in the .5 update. So, we're kind of worried that, our version might actually just go and completely crap out the game that we've been playing for a few weeks now. So, there's a lot to go over with just different menu fixes, UIs being all updated, it looks like. Looks like a few bugs have been fixed. Looks like they changed how some stuff can be picked up or not. So, that's all going to be interesting. We will take a look at that in a little bit. First off, of course, we're going to begin with some of our favorite daily brain games because, I have to go and I have to sharpen my brain up. Because, admittedly, I have... Goodness, let me shut the windows so that way we aren't getting disturbed by the outdoors noises. I have a lot of working to do on getting myself back up to speed with where I once was. So let's start with some math. So we got 7, 4, 8, 5. What is next? So 7 minus 3 is 4, times 2 is 8, minus 3 is 5, times 2 would be 10. It's not that bad. It's just a silly little math thing. Alright. So we got guess the game. Let's try Sly Cooper Thieves in Time, maybe. Ooh. Right console, wrong game. Metacritic score of 71. Jack and Daxter. Okay, so it's GameCube. So I was right. Early 2000s. So let's try to think here. What do we got? Legend of Zelda. Let's see, probably Ocarina of Time. Let's try that. No. Okay. Oh god, this is gonna be like Mario Sunshine. Super Mario Sunshine. Original release 2003. God, it was still being released in 2003 for GameCube. I don't know this one. Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. Okay, you see, I've never heard of this game. What even is this? We're gonna see what this is. So 2003. Okay. I mean, honestly, it looks kind of like your generic early 2000s platformer, I guess. Apparently it's abandonware. Interesting. Yeah, no, honestly, that's very strange. I've never even heard of this game. I never knew that existed. That's kind of cool. Cost total. What do we got? We got organic roasted chestnuts. So chestnuts. Shelled and ready to eat. So we got to think about this. Roasting chestnuts is not a hard thing. Peeling chestnuts is a kind of a pain in the butt. So, we're going to have to sit down. We're going to have to think about this. How much of a pain is that going to be, and how much am I going to be willing to sell that for? Let's try like a $12.99. Really? Cheaper than that? I mean, to be fair, I feel like chestnuts might be actually a pretty cheap nut, so let's try like a $10.99. $8.99. Really? Okay, there's no way that this is a $5.99. Okay, so that means it's probably gonna be like $6.59. Let's try like a flat $6.99. $6.99. Huh. Interesting. Alright, let's do hex cold. Now, for a quick reminder on how this works. It goes 0 through 9, and then A through F, I want to say. So, let's go to the next one. So, 742. Let's see. Try something like that. Okay, so then we'll go like a 9999 and do like an A4. Ooh, look at that. Not bad. So we know then it's probably gonna be like a B E 8 9, then something lower than A, so probably say 9-4. Go something like that. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. So we got the B. Let's try like a C7994. Benny Fuji. Not bad, not bad. Alright, let's do the Daily Scrandle. So once again, for people who are new to this is just guessing what British people thought looked better, I guess, or something like that. So we got 6 donuts for £9, or sausage, mash, and gravy inside a Yorkshire pudding for £9. Honestly, I'm gonna bet sausage, mash, and gravy. Chorpen for £3.20 with, so it's a chorizo sandwich with added topping, or what is the saddest looking hot dog I've ever seen out of any country. I'm gonna bet it's on the Chorpan, because that is just, that's sad. So from Horsham FC and Arsenal, we have a steak sandwich with chips, onion rings, and a drink, or a double bacon cheeseburger with chips. $7.50 for the double bacon and £27 for the steak sandwich. Ooh. I'm gonna make a guess on the steak oh. Really? You went for the double bacon instead? Fair enough, fair enough. Pie mash and liquor, or... I'm sorry, that is not a hot dog. It's gonna be the pie and mash. That is so sad. Sausage and rice cake skewer. This is in Korea. Or a double bacon beef burger in Chipham Town. Let's see. And you know what? I just remembered I forgot to go and tack on the newest video to a nice little post for YouTube. So we should do that real quick. Just to make sure that we're pulling in as many people as possible because, you know, I want people to come hang out, have fun. Because, you know, that's what it's all about, is just chilling, maybe having a beer. Talk about what the hell happened to the job market, you know, all the fun stuff. So for £2.90 for the sausage rice cake skewer or double bacon beef burger, go for the burger. Because I mean, the sausage and the rice cake skewer, that sounds good to me, but I don't think many people would buy that if they weren't in Korea. So let's see, we got pulled pork and Donner crunch wraps. I mean, I don't know what Donner is. Then we have short rib poutine. I'm gonna go and make a guess for the short rib poutine because that sounds a lot better than pulled pork. Ooh, a repeat from the first one, the pie mash and liquor for $4.50 or a double bacon beef. I'm gonna guess on the double bacon beef again, because that just looks better than a sad pile of mash. Let's see, we got pulled pork nachos that, I'm not gonna lie, are looking pretty dang good, or horseradish and red onion on bread for £1.40. Who hurt you, Czechoslovakia? Right? Slavia, Prague. That's just... that makes me say who hurt you. I mean, it's probably good. I'm not gonna lie. It does look pretty good. But I'm betting people went and said pulled pork. Really? Really? People thought that was better? That is... I don't believe you on that. Okay, so we have 2 cannolis with chocolate and caramelized milk filling for £3, or barbecue bacon loaded fries for $4.95. Ooh. Gonna have to go fries. I mean, those cannolis are probably banging, but you know. Pizza slice with a can of beer, Chicago Fire 22 for £15. That, oof. Or roast potatoes and beef gravy for $4.50. I'm not gonna lie, this has me hungry for dinner. Not sure what I'm making tonight, but it'll be great, whatever it is. Yeah. There we go. Not bad. Alright. Time for some chrono. You know what? We're also gonna open up Chrono USA because, you know, we're American. We gotta represent. So I've actually seen most of The Great Dictator. Honestly, great film, worth watching. I know for a fact that happened after the Battle of the Alamo, though. Spanish flu was late 1800s, late 19th century, early 20th century. Russian Revolution would have been right before the Great Dictator. The wine industry, I have a feeling, is going to be pretty early, so let's try something like that. Oof. I'm not gonna lie, I completely guessed. I completely guessed that time. So when the Dutch start their wine, 1659. Battle of the Alamo, 1836. Yeah, knew that happened pretty early. Rite of Spring is 1913. Russian Revolution, 1917. Spanish Flu, 1918. And then Great Dictator was 1940. Okay, I should have put that as last. I don't know why I did. Alright, so. So, the Comanche-Mexico Wars, I mean, we can kind of cheat a little bit. Because we know the Battle of the Alamo is 1836. Not that that helps a lot, because, by God, I am horrible with history sometimes. But let's try this. Because, of course, you know, turns out some of that education I got was actually pretty worth it. We've done this one. God, I want to say it was like somewhere out over here. Wasn't it like Milwaukee or something? Yeah. Try somewhere. Yeah. Okay. This one we will actually try. Okay, so let's see. So what do we got? Is that sand or is that ice? I'm guessing that's probably sand because it looks like we're in some kind of northern desert, definitely. Because you can see pine trees. I know those tend to happen a bit higher up. So let's bet like some over on... Yes. Okay, so we're getting pretty close. We approve of this rest stop. That's something pretty polite, so I'm gonna guess somewhere over here, closer to Canada. Okay, so we're getting closer. Plains. North Dakota is pretty rocky from what I remember, so let's do something like South Dakota, Nebraska. Okay, so that got us pretty close. So we got some mountainous, so let's say... Ooh. So we're within 200 miles. Try somewhere by like Sioux Falls, maybe? No, too far. So that means it's probably gonna be somewhere in like Wyoming. I mean, hey, we got the state right. That's pretty good. Okay. Police at the location where Palermo Chief Prosecutor Pietro Scaglione and his driver Antonio Lorusso were murdered. Okay. So, judging by the fact that it is mostly men in this picture, you know, we know, of course, it's probably going to be before... like 1900. That's pretty late. Let's try like 1890. 1971, really? And they're using black and white film. You know what? Fair enough. I'm fairly certain I recognize this photo. That's from like 08. See? Fucking knew it. Siarmo, Bandar Raniki Vidalia picture taken at the opening of the swimming pool. So I don't know this one. But going based off of like some of the vegetation in the back, I'm gonna say this is gonna be a bit more modern. Try something like 94. Okay. Cocktail Slippers Live. God, this could be any time from like 94 to present. But based off the last one, let's go for like... There we go, not bad. By Fritz Lang, it's gonna be like 65. No, 19. Okay. Average of 29 years off. That's not bad. So we can look. We can just kind of see, you know what? Oof. I mean, 30 years off. That one kind of hurts. I'm not gonna lie. Oof. We're gonna have to do better next time. Alright. And we got our Hittori Conquest once again. So this one's pretty simple. Just eliminate repeating numbers, but make sure that everything is still all connected. So something like that. Get rid of that one, that one. Honestly, not being able to have them diagonal actually makes this surprisingly difficult. Probably something like this. Okay, so that should deal with all of the horizontal ones. So now let's check the vertical ones. We did columns, now rows. Actually, no, if I remember correctly, we can do diagonals, but everything still has to connect somehow, so... Never mind, I don't know what I'm talking about half the time. It was actually kind of funny. I was looking through some of the comments because, you know, not many people comment on my videos, but a few do. And honestly, I appreciate when you guys do. I love talking with you guys. You guys are great. They were talking for Ostranauts how, you know, it's the total expenditure of your delta. You know, if you boost up to 100 meters per second, you have to spend 100 meters per second to slow yourself down, you know? And if I sat down, if I did the math of, you know, exactly how many kilograms of nitrogen it took to do that, we could actually figure out, like what the real-time equivalent for thrust would be, pretty much. I mean, honestly, let's... Okay, so we have to deal with this 3 still. I mean, is that it? Damn. Not bad. Alright, Myrtle. This one's pretty fun. I enjoy this kind of logic game. Alright, so we have Dame Obsidian, Lady Violet, Signor Emerald, and General Coffee. We have a butter knife, a cup of poisoned coffee, a metal straw, and Myrtle Volume 2. We have the courtyard, the bean room, the parking lot, the bathroom. And we have a robbery, probably gone wrong, to rage with jealousy, to fight for the revolution, and to win an argument as our motives. So remember, each suspect can only bring one thing to this party. So we have Dame Obsidian. She was seen with Myrtle Volume 2. And then we have a fingerprint was found on the butter knife. That is very clearly General Coffee. So that means General Coffee had the butter knife. One of Logico's contacts in the Sisterhood of the Eye gave him this tip. Goodness. Signor Emerald wanted to fight for the revolution. How can I read that? I have zero idea. Do not ask me how I understand that somehow. So we have Emerald. Nope. Fight for the revolution. So that means we know for a fact that Myrtle could not have been used to fight for the revolution. That also means that we know that the butter knife could not have been used to fight for the revolution. Who were one to rage with jealousy was a Sagittarius. Okay, so rage with jealousy would have to be General Coffee then, because Signor Emerald, we already know, he wanted to do the revolution. So Coffee was rage with jealousy. Yeah. Which means we know that the butter knife was used to rage for jealousy. Not bad. Person with a cup of poisoned coffee wanted to win an argument. So we got something like that. Which means Myrtle had to have been used to rob the victim. Maybe. Well, yeah. Okay, there we go. Not bad. Poisoned cup of coffee was in the bathroom. So we take our cup of coffee and we put that in the pooper. Metal straw in the courtyard. And then we know Dame Obsidian was not in the parking lot, and Lady Violet was in the courtyard. But we also know that we can't trust anyone. So no, she wasn't there. General Coffee says Lady Violet was in the courtyard. Okay. Oof. I have a feeling this one's gonna be a little bit difficult. So we're gonna uncross all of our clues and evidence. So it looks like our big motive for finding today is going to be based off of location. Or not a location, or motive, or whatever. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so I'm trying to think here because I'm just a little bit foggy, I guess, today. Probably need some caffeine, if I'm being honest. So we have General Coffee with the butter knife to win an argument. Okay. So let's make some reverse deductions. If the poisoned cup of coffee was in the bathroom, that would mean that the butter knife could not be in the bathroom. And it couldn't be in the courtyard if the metal straw was there. And if it wasn't Dame Obsidian, that would mean that he would have had to been in the bean room. Which would mean we could do something a little... like so. For now, we're just gonna make some assumptions on who's telling the truth and who's not. And we'll just see where they, kind of mess up, you know? So we know someone wanted to rob, and someone wanted to win an argument. And we know that Myrtle was used by someone who wanted to rob, which was Lady Obsidian, so... Now, by process of elimination, we know that it shouldn't be her in the parking lot or the bean room. Bean room, parking lot. I want to say that should make sense, but I'm not 100% certain right now. See, I'd love to get the weapons attributed to everyone, but... Well, actually, no, we should have that now. So if I'm looking at to win an argument is the poisoned cup of coffee. So it should be something like that. Okay. So then logically, if we know that the poisoned cup of coffee was used to fight for the revolution, correct? Right? Or would that be... Okay, yeah, so that does line up. So what location would we be looking at then? Okay, so that's the next question. It's just locating everything. So based off of where the weapons were located, we should be able to solve this then. So we have the metal straw in the fight for the revolution. And we know it can't be in the being room, for certain. Now supposedly it was in the courtyard, so if we assume that is true, then we come down here and we link it like so. And like so. That would leave us this. So that means the bathroom would be linked with a robbery and Myrtle. So I'm gonna make a guess that it was Dame Obsidian with Myrtle in the bathroom. And what did we say the motive was for that? To commit a robbery. Oh god, we were completely wrong. It was General Coffee in the parking lot with the butter knife. So how did I fuck that up? So I did get him with the butter knife, but I didn't get him in the parking lot. Admittedly, I think this one was just a little bit beyond me today. That's fine though. Alright, geocircles. What do we got? So we got some water towers, we're at a marina, palm trees, so that leads me to think Florida. Or the Carolinas. Why? Because, of course, everything is American. Ooh. So it's... Okay. Let's try around Rockport, Victoria. No? So that means it's going to be somewhere around New Orleans. Yeah, there's just not a lot of detail to go on in this, and I am not bloody Rainbolt, so, you know, maybe... So, I mean, if we're looking at the map, it could be Port Fourchon, or... I'm trying to think here. I should be smart enough to figure this one out. So I mean, it definitely looks like we got some towns around. So I mean, I don't entirely think it's gonna be like Honestly, it could just be Port Fourchon. No, it means it's probably gonna be somewhere over here. Okay. So, where are we then? Maybe at a beach? So we got this entire section of coast to look over. Try something like this. It's our last guess. Oh, not bad. Not the best result for how do you want to do that, but not bad all the same. So this one's pretty fun. We had the Dungeon Leon. Let's just smack a few things in and just see what it spits out at us. Okay. So we know we got our warrior. Probably goblin. Treasure, goblin mage. Okay, okay. So it's probably gonna be night. Axe guy. Knife guy, treasure wizard? Sorcerer. Hey, not bad. Hey, J Van, how you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Having some fun, just playing some daily games to try and, you know, keep my mind a little bit sharp with some of the logic puzzles. Let's see. We will be starting Ostranauts in about 10-13 minutes or so. I just want to spend some time doing some of this because, you know, it gives people a little bit of time to meander their way into the stream and gives us a little something to sit here and just kind of do. Let's see. I'm not going to do any of the hurdle or the song guessing things. I'm not that good at guessing music. To be fair, I do have great taste in music. I also listen to a very, very narrow portion of music. Nice. Honestly, it's been ages since I did any model building. There was this weird, oh god, what was it? I'm trying to think of, like, the name of it. It was this set of, like, small ships that you could build that were made out of, like, credit card material, pretty much. You could find them, like, all over the grocery stores of the Midwest out here. It was, like, all pirate-themed and Davy Jones and stuff like that. And there were, like, Krakens and shit. Let's see. You know, let me see if I can't pull this up. Yeah, here's what it was. It was something like this. The little pocket models. Was this it? No, let's just keep searching, because now, yeah, Pirates of the Crimson Coast. That's what it was. Oh God, the amount of nostalgia hitting me. Honestly, I had a massive amount of these ships. They were such a fun collection to have back in the day. They genuinely were. Admittedly, building them was a bitch and a half to do, especially if you snap them, because let's see if we can find like one of the cards for the people at home who didn't play this. Let's see. Pirates of the Crimson Coast. Yeah, buddy. Oh my goodness. You see, this ship right here, well, I'm not trying to zoom in on it like that. Thanks, Google. Not bad. Not bad to like snap apart and put together. But you get down to something like this. Good freaking luck getting like those fans out properly without going and snapping some of them. Oh goodness. Talk about a nostalgia trip though. And you know, it doesn't surprise me that it gets re-released every few years, because I mean, first off, the box art and the art for just the stuff, I mean, like, that's pretty good. It's pretty freaking good. There'd be no way in hell that I'd give up something like that. It was always building the little ships that gave you the most trouble, though. Because you'd have to try to, like, bend the pieces correctly, and then they'd end up snapping. Like, either snapping or warping half the damn time. Oh, God. I never got one of the, forts, though. That's new. I never knew that existed. You know, I might have to see if I can't find a few people to actually, like, sit down and play this, or maybe see if, like, Tabletop Simulator has something for this. 'Cause I know at least one guy who I can go and emotionally blackmail into playing a few multiplayer games with me at some point. 'Cause, you know, what else are friends for? Oh, goodness. You know, I'm gonna save that tab. I'm gonna have to look into that again. Let's see. I don't know enough movie actors to feel confident to take that one on. Same with Guess the Movie. There are so many released nowadays that good fucking luck. Let's see. You know, let's see what crosswordle is. Okay. I mean, let's just do like a classic, I guess. Try like Smash or something. Hash Bash? Yeah, no, honestly, Wordle is not my thing. I never got into it. Honestly, I'll have to see about going and just trying to start doing stuff like Wordle in my spare time, because I honestly should. I used to be very good with words. Guess the asking price of the house within 6 tries. With each incorrect attempt, you'll learn if you guess too low or too high, then receive a new photo and clue. Okay. Okay, so it's in Montana. I'm automatically gonna guess like $350,000. I mean, if it's gonna be higher than $350,000, let's try like 3/4 of. I did not mean to hit enter that early, so try like 750,000. Okay, so it's gonna be like a 1.3. A full on like 2.5. Gonna have to be. Oh yeah, no, it's gonna be like an $11 million property or something stupid like that. Out in the middle of Montana, that much land. List price $4 million. Yeah, you can fuck off. No one should be spending that much on a property and land. Honestly, what the hell happened to the real estate industry, man? All right. So now we are here for, you know, what everyone actually came for. So let's see about going and transitioning right on over to Ostranauts. Where did we leave off? So we're in space and we are ripping apart this ship. Why are we ripping apart this ship? Because there's a lot of tasty crap on it that is particularly worth a bunch of money. If I remember correctly, some of these wall tiles and the floor tiles are worth, you know, like $100 or so a piece. And so I'm just kind of trying to see if I can't go and collect a few extra bucks from it. Plus, I like the color schematic. So to give a little peek at this ship, this section over here, along with this right up here, was some kind of bar, I want to say. as well as like some form of just pleasure yacht kind of deal. So we managed to go and we managed to get a bunch of stuff for our own ship that we're going to have to go. We're going to have to see about taking out of our ship, actually, and installing onto whatever we decide our next ship is going to be, I'm thinking. Because, admittedly, as much as I love the cube, and the cube is quite nice, we are going to see about selling it off. I've been thinking about it all damn week. Because, you know, I do want to get out to Venus at some point, and admittedly, flipping ships in this game is apparently a feature, and it's something you're supposed to try at least once. So that does mean that the cube will eventually be sold off for parts for another ship. I mean, granted, we do have something that's worth a lot of money. It's worth like 2.8 or something like that. Goodness. I mean, you know, it's gonna be a sad affair when we sell the ship off. However, everything that's gonna be coming from it is actually going to be completely worth it. So, from what I know, the new update, it fixes a lot of bugs. And holy shit, look at that. Look at that. Like, I'm not going to pause because I want this to keep running in the background, but look at how neat and tidy the UI is for everything right now. Just look at how beautiful that is. The dev team have outdone themselves with this new addition to the updates. I swear, you know, we sit here and we glaze the Blue Bottle team devs because they do an amazing job and they love the community and they reach out to the community, and this is why. You know, people are able to influence the game and they're able to help make it look better, feel better, and play better for not only ourselves but for everyone else. Oh. Like look at that. Like, even the backpacks. And from what I remember, you can go and, yes, you can finally move the paper doll around as well. So, Adam, what are you doing? But yeah, no, so some of these walls, though, they are worth a decent chunk of money. Like, 86 bucks for a wall? I mean, 86 bucks. That's not that bad. So we might see about making one last further expansion onto the ship, or at least using some of these parts to divide up parts of our ship, just to see about squeezing out every extra penny that we can. So now that we are over here, though, and I actually have everyone in, the fixes and updates. We have no more ground window. Pick up and drop items works directly in the world. Really? Wow, so that is definitely new. So now that we don't have the ground window anymore, we actually have a reason to use oh yeah, so now, so before this was a thing, I never really used it, but if you push Alt, you can actually see the things you can interact with and pick up. So now, if I open up inventory, yeah, and we find some empty inventory space. Okay, now I have to figure out exactly how I'm going to... Oh. Okay. This is different. I don't know how I feel about this. That is very different. Okay, so let's move these PDAs down. So that way we have a little bit of, you know, fucking around room. And let's start to use a little bit of quantum storage. Chips and bullets. We'll pause real quick so that way we don't run out of battery or oxygen. Oh, that is so much more convenient. I love that. Okay, so the G-lock can't be stored. Okay. Oh. Okay, okay. And how do we feel about like a shift click? So shift click doesn't work anymore. Right? No, it does not. Okay, so now everything is a little bit more manual for picking up, but strangely, I don't mind. Like, I feel like that's an interesting, that's certainly an interesting way to go to change how all that works. And, you know, while we're at it, we're just gonna take some time and crack into these PDAs because, you know, those are a wealth of money. Besides, we can take a look at the cart components and see if we can't find an upgrade module for our PDA. So let's keep things rolling in the background, but we're just going to slow it down just a little bit. So we'll just hack through all these real quick. Let's see, power viz, we already got that pretty much. Power and damage are one modded, not bad. Let's see, let's try to save ourselves a little bit of inventory digging here. And let's see what's in this one. That's right, we emptied it out. Because it's just easier to empty these out of the cartridges and then do everything else once we get down to our own PDA. Okay. Just more of the basic cartridges, stuff like that. So nothing too impressive, at least on the inside of these. So let's see what kind of files we got on them. So we know 5B, 5B is ours. And we're just going to transfer everything. I have a feeling that creepypasta isn't just a creepypasta, but, you know, we're just gonna leave that as is, you know? But we can just take a second and collect all these in. Not bad, not bad. And I want to say that should be everything. All nice, neat, in one location for us. Alright. So we'll put Adam back to auto task so that way we can get this ship torn apart faster and everything transferred over that we want. And then it's more of the same. You know, we're heading out and just ripping ships apart, grabbing what we want. Then we'll take it back to good old OK Leg at some point here in the near future and sell it all off. Let's see, while this is running in the background, pop over and check what else they changed. AI should endlessly drop items less when on auto task. Fantastic. Pathfinder shouldn't get stuck as often. Reloading a save from in-game should cause fewer nulls. Saving and loading a game while in non-default visor mode now works correctly with the cycles mode hotkey. Fantastic. Stuff about the facial animation that I don't particularly care too much about, but you know, it's fantastic that they're working on that stuff. Editing zones should be more reliable where ship bounds overlap. EVA suits held in hand no longer drain. Using super fast forward after NPC shakedown no longer teleports us to OK Leg. Let's see. So the reachable ground, which we already kind of experienced, has been fixed to a 5x5 grid. Items placed in the trash then immediately re-clicked will no longer attach to the cursor and or become ghost items. Trash. What do you mean by trash? Is there a trash? Oh yeah, the trash can. Honestly, I never used the trash can. I didn't care enough to, I guess. Yeah, no, honestly, everything else all just seems to be like minor bug fixes that I don't think I've ever run into a single time while playing this game. So for now, I don't think we will worry about it too much, and we're just going to enjoy ourselves because, you know, it's Ostranauts. It's time to have some fun. And I have a feeling that so far we've torn out completely all the wrong walls of this ship, but that's okay. As long as we can get that sleeping bunk over, and then we'll rip all that stuff out when we get to OK Leg. Because once we get to OK Leg, we're going to have to go and... I don't want to say we're going to hire another crew member, but we're probably going to have to hire another crew member. Okay. Do this slowly. There we go. Besides, it's good to get these guys trained up on how to dismantle stuff. Because they're still kind of fucking useless. At least they're properly equipped this time, though. Oh, I very much like that EVA suit update to the inventory. That looks so much better. Just, oh my goodness. Now, eventually, imagine at some point, you know, your crew is going to be able to go and replace their own EVA batteries and stuff like that. Or at least I'm hoping that's a feature that they add in. You know, honestly, you can tell the dev team has been working very hard to go and to polish this game up as they go. I mean, just legitimately, every time something changes, you know, be it big, be it small, be it whatever, you can tell that the dev team is thinking of the community for it. And it's part of what I love about this game. I mean, they give us a fun, interesting little game about space and some cryptic space horrors that, granted, I still for some reason have not run into. Mainly because I think I'm an idiot and I keep fucking up the encounter procs. But, you know, what are you going to do about that? But you can definitely tell from the studio that this is a labor of love. And they have put their heart into it. 100% across the board. You can just tell. Alright, just try and keeping an eye on everyone's O2 and everything, because I know they don't have stuff on them. What I would love to see, and we'll have to see if it still happens, is if there's still a bug in the game where, oh, what's it called? Having renamed containers causes your game to crash or not. See, that's interesting right there. Like, that's something that's kind of new, I'm guessing. Like, I didn't tell them to uninstall this bin. They just did that so they could get to the wall. So let's see. The Herald floor panels, I mean, they're not worth much. I have a feeling some of these are quite damaged. Here, that one looks pretty good. So yeah, they're worth about 20 bucks. That's not bad. Either way, I don't think I'm going to be taking too many parts from the ship. You know, this is more of a let's get what we need from the ship. Goodness, like, just the cube looks great. It still does. But, like, this is going to have to get sectioned off and... Let's see, sleeping bunk. We're going to cheat, and we're going to use the visibility stuff to get to the doors and tag those for uninstall. Honestly, I think half of what goes and exhausts me while playing this game most of the time is, funny enough, these low pressure alerts. I know, just something about that specific tone, I guess, just breaches into my brain and just saps the will to play out of it. it's not like there's anything that we can do about it either, aside from going and just fixing the low pressure, because apparently 74.96 is too low, and it needs a perfect 75 kilograms, or kilopascals. Like, look, I don't care. I don't care. Give me a way to control exactly how much gas pressure I have, and I'll have my ship set to 80 kilopascals constantly, so that way I have the breathing room. Okay. So we're going to slow it down a little bit, and we're going to send ourselves back over to the ship. And we're going to start passing out haul orders. It's going to be mostly for stuff like conduit, because I know I need a fuckload of this on the ship right now. That was half the reason why I tore this thing apart. And, you know, we'll snag the thrusters, because thrusters are always good to have. They sell for like $5 a piece. It's not bad. You know, it's something better than nothing. It's, you know, trying to fill out the kilogram, or what's called the tonnage. There we go. That's a good way to phrase it. Trying to fill out the tonnage of our ship with cargo that's, you know, at least slightly worth the nitrogen that we're burning to get out here. There we go. Do something like that. I mean, honestly, is there anything else on this ship that I actually really can see myself wanting? I'll take the heater for certain. Unselect wall, floor, and conduit. Get these bins and racks. Those will be useful. Because with those we can start to whip up some storage and start to pretty much put together our own storage bay, a proper storage bay. Get to it, Adam. Part of the ship, part of the crew, part of the ship, part of the crew. You all do it as one. Besides, I want to say that for the tonnage, the bins and the racks aren't a completely bad waste of space either, you know. They have a fairly decent what's called like weight to price ratio. Take mechanical parts, always take electrical parts. I feel like I run out of electrical parts more than I actually have electrical parts ever. Oh, Pittman, you're taking forever on that. Honestly, what I can't wait to see is if there are any future graphical updates to all this. I would love to see what the devs do with all that. There we go. Take a few extra motors as well. I mean, you need them to fix up doors, pumps, and every other damn thing on the ship, so might as well. Bring motherboards, they're expensive. They aren't hard to find, but OK like very rarely has them in stock. or, well, for my purposes, which is, you know, massive cube ship, they very rarely have enough to fix everything I have in my storage, you know. And let's just have Adam take a minute. And have him eat some mystery meat. Because dude's gotta eat. And he has to sleep. I want to say we're broaching on 48 hours of no sleep, which is not good. So honestly, we might end up taking a super fast forward here at some point. After cashing everything on the ship out. So just crank the speed, get everything set up, and then we'll start to build out. We aren't going to do any sort of crazy expansion. I mean, honestly, building the ship out to my current size with just Adam took me, I want to say, 18 hours of solid gameplay. And I don't think that's what we're here for on this channel. You know, we're here for the fun bits. We aren't here for all of the humdrum. So after we collect what we want, we're gonna sell it off, get moving, and get working on turning this into our battery bank nice and proper. So we can actually kind of work on that in the background while they're zipping about. So if I'm looking at the batteries, I'm gonna want to do conduit from about here. Nope. Want conduit to about there. Ooh. How do I cancel that? Or don't tell me. Oh, that's goofy. That is very goofy indeed. I like that, though. You actually have to have conduit selected in order to cancel out your conduit build orders. That's genuinely funny. I like that. But that should get our battery bank online. If we get our battery bank online, we're going to be even more untouchable, especially with this reactor running on the ship. Which we're going to have to take all the helium and deuterium out, I think, when we go for the new ship. Well, probably not the deuterium. At the very least, all the helium. It depends upon what's on the new ship that we see about getting. Adam, what are you doing, buddy? Auto task. Get out there. Help him out. Come on. Save us some time here, bud. Don't be sitting around with your thumb up your butt just because you're the captain of the ship. You're the most capable person on here by a long shot, and I am not even exaggerating. Okay, that is tagged for hauling. I want to make sure all these bulkhead bins and stuff actually make it back to our ship. Oop, did not want to take a screenshot. You know, honestly, I actually feel bad for any of the devs if they ever sit down and watch any of my gameplay and streaming. Because watching me go and repeatedly just fuck up interacting with the story elements of this game probably just has to be extremely frustrating. But then again, I do represent, you know, a interesting portion of their audience. I'm not here for the story or anything like that. I'm here to be a ship scavenger. Like, this is it. This is what I enjoy of the game, you know? I'm sure there's more to the game that I will definitely enjoy when I get to it. It's just for right now, I like flying through space and tearing things apart. And then turning that into numbers that go up. Because numbers go up is an addiction. And I will not apologize for it. Alright, now before everyone passes out due to not having oxygen, let's see about fixing all that. Andrew, you can't pass out wearing your EVA helmet. You will go and you will... Well, I mean, if you want to die, that's your prerogative there, Mr. Gross. I'm just not going to take the blame for it. Though I will accept the death payback. I mean, all things considered, we should be doing, you know, very good for how much money that we have on the ship total. I mean, we've ripped apart a few reactors. Granted, some of the field coils definitely need repairing. Okay, looks like we're gonna have to empty out his inventory first. Honestly, I hate inventory management with a burning passion, but it's one of those things of, I know I should do it. Okay, so we'll access this for inventory. And we're gonna store PDAs in here. Along with chips. And then for now, since we know we're going to be stuck on our ship, we can throw down some of the manuals and stuff like that and keep those just floating on the ship somewhere. Honestly, I never knew the red coveralls had so much space in them. Alright, we'll put the yoga pants here off to the side. Because those are surprisingly worth like a shit ton of money, at least in my opinion. And it's not for the reason that you might think of, you know, they make my ass look fantastic. No, no, no. It's the reason of, they give you an extra pocket. And if I remember correctly, you can wear them underneath your spacesuit. So, if I can give all of my guys an extra pocket underneath their spacesuit, I can keep more shit on them. And if I can keep more shit on them, then it's just a massive efficiency increase across the board. That's all we're looking at here, is pure numbers. Pure numbers. Alright. Get out there, Adam. Do what you can. Let's see, so if I go to the visor, I don't have damage installed, but if I go in here, I go into PDA bullshit. Wait for the autosave to kick off. damage visibility. There we go. Because as much as I love the price of visibility cartridge, and it is very, very useful, we don't need that right now. What we need is the repair. Because holy shit, is this ship in rough shape. So we're just going to start tagging up everything that's in the red. And then eventually our folks will be done repairing crap. The main reason why I do want to see about like getting some repairs out on these floor tiles and stuff though is, if I remember correctly, as of the last update or the update before, you know, that reminds me I should probably have floor selected. There is a good chance that we will just accidentally space this entire ship if we don't get our ship fixed up, like proper fixed up. Because if I remember correctly, they started to go and actually incorporate some of the gas physics, which means we actually need to, you know, pay attention to what's busted and what's not busted as far as our just bullshit goes in general. Let's see, go a little something like this. Doesn't matter if it's just smart crates, we're gonna fix damn everything. And if we need parts, then we're gonna rip shit apart for parts. Because frankly, I don't do that enough. Alright, there we go. As you can see, we have a lot to work on. That's another downside of doing, you know, a massive, ultra-large ship like this, or super heavy, or whatever the hell it's called, is just the amount of shit that we have to repair on a daily basis to keep this thing from falling apart. Honestly, it should be called the Howling Rust Bucket. However, getting all this shit fixed is going to be good not only for us, but also good for our profits. You know, and that's ultimately what it's about, is it's getting our crew trained and getting our profits up, because that's what matters. I mean, shoot, we all know I'm not some kind of benevolent captain. I have gone and I have murdered more than my fair share of my own crew members just for going and breathing oxygen wrong. However, I would like for the crew that I have chosen and has managed to pass any of my tests of basic competency to actually, you know, be useful. I don't just need warm bodies on a floor somewhere, you know. This isn't a show of force type situation. Or, you know, working security type of situation where you're just a warm body pretty much being a fucking mall cop. Yeah, so I for those who missed the Sunday stream, I did end up losing that job due to some physical health problems. Turns out genetically I have shit feet. 2 high arches and short Achilles tendon, combined with, you know, some overwork injuries and other shit. I'm just one very unlucky son of a bitch when it comes to my feet, apparently. So we're pivoting and we're trying to find my dumbass an office job, you know. Get out there, go get sexually harassed for, you know, money. See if I can't go, you know, place out a lawsuit and win. But, you know, honestly, aside from the difficulties of just job hunting in America, when you don't have a formal degree, it's like, I did go to college for a little bit. You know, I would like to believe I'm a bit of a smart guy. I know a thing or two. And I'd like to believe that I've learned a thing or two over the past 11 years since I graduated high school. I originally was going to school for the applied science of mechatronics. It's like a all-in-one engineering degree. Really cool stuff. But I just wasn't in a good mental state, I guess, along with just a lot of other stuff I don't want to get into. Let's see, which one are you? And have we been here before? ODVP, or ODV3P. I'm not seeing that one. Might be one of these ones we haven't hit yet. I'm not 100% certain. The vague general plan was to kind of snake our way up and in, and that should take us back to OK Leg. And then we still have, I want to say, like 4 days, give or take, until our salvage license expires. So we should be able to get a pretty nice bounty for some of the crap on our ship. But we're also going to have to make sure that Adam and them start to take care of themselves, because they have definitely been ignoring that. Like making sure our crew goes to the bathroom and eats food and gets sleep. Because apparently, unless you tell them to, they won't do any of these things. God, you know, you'd think, oh, hey, I have to go poo. I'm going to go poo. But no. Apparently not. Alright, Pittman, back to work. Andrew will check his needs. Yeah, he's fine. Because, yeah, no, your character can and will suffer the same bullcrap that you will go through if you don't, you know, use the bathroom. Okay. So we'll change him out, and we'll try to put Mr. Walsh to bed. Gotta get him some sleep. Because if he doesn't get sleep, then he's just gonna be more than fucking useless. Granted, it's gonna take forever and a day to get this down to, you know, nothing again. But that's fine. In the meantime, I guess we'll keep an eye on Abby as she repairs everything, and we'll just take a day. I mean, to be fair, now that we don't have that $1 million of death pay hanging over our head, we can kind of relax a little bit. But speaking of relaxing, I have to go and I have to use the bathroom myself, so we're going to turn up the music just a little bit for you guys. And I'm going to see about cracking another beer, because it's a Saturday, and Saturdays are for the, what? Boys, that's right. So we're having a beer today. And we're just going to go until I either pass out pissed drunk or the stream ends. You know, we're here for it. And hopefully, in the meantime, we can run ourselves into some of those eldritch horrors and story moments from the game, because once again, I really want to run into that stuff. I know I'm not doing anything that would be conducive to it. I know the triggers for at least one of the storylines, and I just don't want to trigger that one, but I will if I have to. It will make us a bunch of money as well, so it is an option. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely I'm going to enjoy my beer. I have not had a beer in... Oh, fuck, it's been almost a year. I injured my back last year in the fall. L4, L5 herniated disc, you know. Really great injury. And so I haven't gone and I haven't had a drink proper since that happened, just to make sure that whatever's been going on with my back healed up properly. I've been doing, you know, exercises to try and strengthen my lower back, stuff like that after it all happened, going for walks, yada yada, the whole sorts. So, I am of German-Irish heritage. I love beer. Beer is my heritage, you know. I might as well be made up of 25% beer at this point in my life. So to be able to sit down and to have a beer for the first time in almost a year is just... Oh. I couldn't tell you how much I miss the taste of beer. So we'll just let our guys rest and try to take care of their needs for a bit. And I guess we'll see about socializing with them. And then tonight's dinner is a nice low-calorie, well, lowish calorie, but definitely nutritious yogurt and oatmeal because, well, I'm trying to live longer than my dad, and he's trying to live longer than his dad. So it's all kind of the game, isn't it? Besides, if you don't take care of yourself, you know who's going to. It's kind of a dog-eat-dog world out there, and fairly certain we're all wearing bacon underpants, you know? Oh, absolutely. It's gonna be, you know, spare seating, you know, starting to try and just take my time. But, you know, honestly, this game is delightful. I can't wait to see, you know, just where every update takes us and just where it all goes. You know what? Oh, she does have one. So we can actually check out the damage visibility with Miss Pittman. That's fantastic. You see, look at that. I'm thinking ahead. Honestly, genius I am. I'm a total genius. I mean, you know, the amount of mistakes I've made is more than the amount of genius moments I've had, but, well, everyone has their time. Let's see. Yeah, 48 hours. That's gonna take fucking forever to go and to fix. While we sit here and we sit passed out, it's going to just cost us more money to sit around, but I mean, it's getting about time, isn't it? Yeah, honestly, the more I look at the ship, you know, I do love it. I genuinely do, but I genuinely think I am going to just sell this off. And that's gonna be it, you know? I think we will end up selling this off and getting rid of the cube for something normal. Doesn't mean that that normal ship is going to stay normal forever. Oh, hell no. It might turn into another cube. But it might turn into the Cube 2.0. You know, something that's actually built out with intention and design and a little bit of genius behind it. I mean, honestly, I think that's the plan. You know, I don't think I was meant to do any sort of sane ship design or anything like that, or anything artistic. I've never been great with it. Anything that's artistic, you know. Not to say that I'm horrible at it, but, you know, I'm no Picasso, I'm no Van Gogh. I'm more of a caveman cave paintings on the wall. That are your classic from high school, drawing knobs on every single surface that you can get your hands on. Honestly, I think that was my favorite part about working in the warehouse when I worked in the automotive industry for a minute, was the amount of just dicks drawn on everything and everywhere, and all the places that you could go. You know, it was like a couple 1,000 square foot facility, or it was like a 10, 20,000, something like that. You know, it was massive. You know, it would take you a good, like, 3-4 minutes at a decent jog to get from one end to the other, something like that. And the place had been around since, like, the 60s or 70s, and they had just gotten the asbestos out when I had moved in to my position there. And, oh my goodness, the owner, who got absorbed pretty much by the corporate company that bought his company out. His son was a bit of a screwball. We're gonna call him Adam, because, you know, that's a good name. Adam and my buddy, who we're gonna call, oh goodness, what's a good name for him? We're gonna call him Bob. So it's Adam and Bob. They worked there pretty much forever. Both of them had, you know, horrible drug problems, because that just kind of goes along with working in any form of automotive industry, or any industry apparently in America that involves physical labor. So I've been told. I mean, even in security, we had a very strict no drug policy, and my manager would come in smelling of leafy greens. And, you know, I'm not going to judge. Do what you want in your own time, but, like, you're the manager, and you're coming in to work high? Like, what the hell? Anyways. Adam and Bob, and we're gonna call them John, and John, because that was their names, was John, and John, all kind of worked together at the same time for this company. And just the amount of times I have seen a specific spelling of John, because, you know, they all use, like, the very few small different spellings of John, was just, oh yeah, fuck this guy, fuck that guy, fuck this guy, insert joke here that is, you know, wildly inappropriate and would get me canceled off of YouTube for repeating. It was just so bad across the entire facility. Admittedly, though, Bob was a very good artist, and so he would get creative. He wouldn't just, you know, go and draw your basic doodle of a knob. He would go and he would draw just like a businessman in a suit with a knob for a head or something like that, you know? And that was just Bob. Bob liked to go and he liked to just graffiti across the building. And he'd just write shit about the other employees. Granted, there were a few times where I found what I'm fairly certain was his handwriting and a few things about me when I worked there. So, you know, I'm a little bit upset with Bob about that, but, I mean, he and I are still friends to this day. I've never met anyone like Bob, and he was by far one of the funnest coworkers I have ever had the privilege to work with. Absolute delight of a man. Absolute delight. Goodness, I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, one of the funniest things was there was a very strict like no eating policy in the warehouse. The dude had like some spray cheese or something like that in his hand, and as the boss walked around the corner, they were like, "Dude, no eating in the warehouse." So the man just goes, sticks the nozzle of the can in his mouth, and just says, "But I'm drinking it," with a completely serious face, looking them in the eye, just says, "I'm drinking it," and proceeds to suck the cheese whiz out of the fucking can. And the man was built different. Like, legitimately, physically, mentally, absolutely just built different. And I don't think in the next, oh goodness, I want to say, take a stab, I'll say maybe I'll live for like 50, 60 years. I don't think I'm ever going to run into anyone like Bob again. Just a very unique man. Oh goodness. I don't even remember what got me on a tangent about working in the warehouse, but it's just, you know, it's the ridiculousness of space and just everything. It's all ridiculous. Life is ridiculous. Don't ever take it seriously, you know? Oh. You know, maybe it's because I'm drinking. That's probably why I'm thinking of him. Because that man could drink too. Bob, oh holy fuck, Bob could drink. I've seen the man go and take a full fifth. Or, well, it wasn't a full fifth. It was something ridiculous though, like 3/4 of a fifth. Swirl it around like one of those tornadoes where you're trying to just quickly dump something out. And I've seen him just suck that down in one go. Without even flinching or thinking about it. Like, that is terrifying. When you get to that level of, I can just drink like an actual fish. Man terrified me sometimes. I've been spending more time going through the YouTube music library too. because there is a shit ton of music out there that they have set up that's just free music. And while I'm out here job hunting, you know, got nothing better to do, might as well listen to music and download it for streams and videos. Admittedly, there's a little bit of a hard part to all that. And it's not what you'd think it'd be. It's trying to make sure that everything all fits together in a nice flowing theme for videos, you know. Because, oh goodness, I want to say... We're going to pull up, here we go. Do a little quick wipe over to that. So, oh goodness, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, there was a stupid movie. I want to say it was like in the 2010s. No, it wasn't one of these Bollywood ones. I don't even remember. Either way, something about the movie, it was like, oh yeah, if you go and you keep the music at, you know, 110 beats per minute, and then you move it up to 112, and then 114, and then 116, and you just keep matching it to this and this, and it was something just utterly brain dead and fictitious as hell. Funny enough, though, that movie, the way that they portrayed it in the just advertisements of, oh hey, that's how you know, make a party pop. I don't know, something about that's just kind of stuck with me, and so I've tried to go and I've tried to just blend together, you know, really good music lists from time immemorial. Ever since I managed to get my hands on a YouTube Premium. Because turns out Google Play Music, surprisingly fucking good. They already own most of the rest of our lives, might as well just pay them the few extra dollars for the YouTube Premium that gives you the Google Play Music as well, you know? So I've been using that for a long while, and honestly, it's been really good. And I don't know, just there's something to be said about, you know, you want to take kind of a medium fast song and you want to start about there. You don't want to go, you know, straight into headbang and EDM unless, you know, that's the crowd you're around, you know. You want to start out with something that's like a little, you know, kind of like dad rock from the 70s. And then you move up to something that's like modern rock, modern punk, you know, like some Fall Out Boy or something like that. You know, maybe some My Chemical Romance. God, I'm starting to get a little bit tipsy here. Let's see, and that is the sign that the shift is ending. But no, it's just you can't start out with something that's like super headbangy, thrashy immediately. You know, you gotta work your way up to something like that. I genuinely do think that you could probably go, if you took the time and figured it out, you could probably go from Mozart to Deadmau5 over the course of like 3 hours. If you played your cards right. I bet you could go from Mozart to Deadmau5. Honestly, I'm kind of tempted to figure out a music playlist like that and then set that up for a stream. Granted, I know that stream will get copyright struck to fucking hell and back in a handbasket, but, you know, sometimes you have to go and you have to make sacrifices for the greater good now, don't you? Alright. Let's see. I mean, we're doing pretty good. We're getting stuff repaired. I mean, we have our batteries wired in. Let's have Pittman go, and we'll have her unplugged because I think she goes to bed after untime, which is like the weird little way that I guess you could say they solved, oh, what's it called? Having like leap years and shit like that. By, you know, having a few extra minutes at the end of the day, and that is like a little bit of a break for the crew and everything like that. And anyone who violates the universal rest time is usually found mysteriously bruised, battered, and quite injured, from what I remember. So we will try not to violate that as much as possible. And get our bearings set. Though, admittedly, I totally understand the frustration and why you would go and, you know, beat the ever-loving snot out of someone going and disturbing your break time. Because I would have the exact same feeling. So we're going to slow it down a little bit for a good reason. Because if I slow it down like that, we can put Pittman back to auto task. We can go and we can super fast forward 2 hours. And now we have actually managed to make a dent in the sleep that we are owed. Okay, we'll get Pittman back on the nav console right away. Don't know why we're so zoomed out, but that's fine. We'll just slap a pause down. Goodness. I mean, I know I could just go and click to ship, but I mean, it's so much more tactile to go into scroll. Have a good night, J-Van. You know, it's always nice to have you in. And, you know, we'll be here every single week. Probably gonna be here tomorrow as well. Probably gonna be a little bit of a shorter stream tomorrow. You know, not just, hey, we're here, we're drinking beer and going until the cows come home. But for today, you know, we'll probably see about ending in like 3-4 hours, something like that. We're going to try and clean up the eastern hemisphere, I guess, of the boneyard over here. And then drop back to OK Lake. So you have a good night out there, man. And thanks for popping by. I very much appreciate seeing you here. You and everyone else who comes in to talk or even just hang out on stream, I very much appreciate you guys always. You know, it's a great time. And I love having you all here. No. Hop back on the nav station. You are not done navigating us to safety. Now, I don't even know what's on the ship. You know, we could be running into an eldritch horror right now. Come on, come on, come on. Because I don't want to use too much of our fuel up, because, I mean, we only have 43% left. I mean, guaranteed, we have enough fuel floating around on board that we should be able to go and, you know, restock. Okay, cancel out VCRS. Oop, no. And I am just fucking it up right now. Goodness. Get your ship under control, motherfucker. Let's see. We'll turn down the throttle. That'll help a bit. And... now. Okay. And yeah, we'll crank the throttle here for a second. Get us down to a nice, like, respectable 60 seconds left. Oh, no, 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 no. Come on, come on. Just get lined up. Get lined. There we go. Not bad. Alright, so we are parked at the Dark. Insight is a DOE medium. So, 0 rooms, so that means it's going to be open floor plan. E means ship maneuverability, so very few thrusters. And, yep. Absolute piece of shit ship. I knew it. Alright. Yeah, Pittman, you'll be fine. We'll just have you go out there with a crowbar for now, just in case there's something on the ship. I mean, there is nothing on the ship, but we definitely made out with a fucking payday, that's for certain. Goodness, you know how much EVA suits are worth? Holy shit. Not bad at all. Alright, so we'll just have Pittman go around and tag up some uninstalls and just see what blood. Okay, why? You know, I'm not going to question why there's blood. Because, frankly, I don't think I care. As that is a them problem, not a me problem. But we will take the trenchers. You know, that stuff's always good. T-shirts. Got nothing in there. Engineering, environmental. We'll take the engineering textbook because that could actually be useful. The environmental, we already have a manual for that somewhere on the ship. And hey, look at that. It's all Kung Pao chicken. Fantastic. Tag that pump for uninstall. Boom, 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 boom. Task it out, Pittman. Get to work. And I don't know why the game's lagging. It's usually not a good sign, though. I think we're gonna pause here for a second. And we're gonna go to the Be Right Back screen, so that way we can go and we can see about reloading our game, because I have a feeling this is one of those memory leaks that might just be causing us a little bit of a pain in the glass. Okay, there we go.
Juliet India approach. This is Mike 2634 requesting IFR advisories with information Lima.
Mike 34, you are cleared for IFR approach. Maintain current course and be south.
Are we being testy, game, or are we gonna behave today? There we go. Alright, so now we're down from weary to drowsy to as if we've been awake for 24 hours, so we're starting to get the rest that we need. So yeah, so if we cancel and then we eat. There we go. So Adam has now taken care of himself, so he can go back to sleep. Come on, Mr. Grossman, get up. I'm gonna have you hit up the fridge, eat your food. And then we're gonna have you pass out on the bunk bed. See, if he's gonna rest, he might as well, you know, get the maximum amount of rest that he can. And then Pittman. Yeah, she's just gonna do what she needs to for right now. And all of the sensors are going to scream at us because what else do they do? You know, I missed uninstalling on this thruster. Unclick the floor and the wall because we don't want those. Pittman, is it time for you to sleep? Oh, you know what? Yeah. Technically it is. Oh, we definitely don't want to trash that. We'll trash that. Alright. Well, if that's the case, then we can look at our roster and we can see... Yeah, we'll let Andrew just sleep up until 23. He'll be fine. So honestly, we can just fast forward an hour. And you know what? I like this song, but I don't think it's doing what I want for now for this stream. We'll skip over. Why are you whining still about the air pressure? That I can't understand. It's always something with the air pressure being whined about in this game, and I don't understand. So it's in here. Huh. And now it's this one. Just got to keep an eye on the CO2 levels on the ship. I know I have an extra CO2 scrubber somewhere. mean, honestly, we can skip forward another hour. So that means, you know, we can leave Pittman to sleep right now. And how's Andrew doing? You see, he is adequately rested. He is what we want to be. We'll unpause time. Go to the bathroom, Andrew, and then we're gonna have you eat. That was a weird glitch, but we're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. Oh my goodness, dude. Honestly, I think we'll just let him have the hour. I mean, he's supposed to have it anyways for, you know, generic rest and relaxation. So if we do that, we could skip straight to midnight. Yeah, he'll eat at some point, I'm assuming. Fuck. You know, this is the boring part of all this, is just sitting here and just waiting for things to happen. So right now, Adam is down because if he doesn't get rest, he's going to end up blacking out and passing out on the floor, and I know it's starting to affect his just ability to get shit done. I mean, honestly, it's all just more of the same. Every stream, you know, just come in, look at stuff, figure stuff out, try to get it repaired up, try to get it set up right. Andrew, since you're the only one awake, go answer the telephone, please. Lazy bastard. Alright. Who the fuck wants what the fuck? We might see about doing a little bit of space piracy. And is that one in our path? No, that one is way the fuck out in the middle of nowhere. Interesting. Just keep you doing you. Good gracious. Takes forever, doesn't it? Well, untime is almost up, and then we can actually get to working again. Goodness, that drowsy is gonna take forever to fucking get rid of. But in the meantime, we can definitely make sure that Adam eats, drinks, and does everything else that he needs to, because, you know what? I'm gonna do it. This right here is one of the known triggers, essentially, for the storylines. So, we have enough guns, we have enough weapons. Let's just trigger the story. Let's hit it. Now, this is going to cause a massive pain in the ass from here on out because I've done that. But, you know, fuck it. Goodness. At least I have beer to keep me company. That and my character's ex-boyfriend running on his hamster wheel, 5 feet from my damn head. Okay. So it's now the new day, which means we're gonna say, fuck all y'all, no one's getting paid except for these two. Which means we now have 24 hours to finish up our salvage run and get back to OK Lake. So, Adam, get your bitch ass up. Let's roll. Go. I'm gonna see about getting him a fresh battery and some fresh oxygen as well, because it's time. We gotta get moving. We gotta hurry up. That one, and we'll just dump that one. Oh, that's right, it's no longer a window now, it's just straight onto the floor. Honestly, I'm gonna keep forgetting about that. Alright, get to work. Get over to the nav station, see what that message is. More unread messages. And it's another automated. Yeah, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. See, I'm trying to think. Like, what exactly is my goal right now? Like, what exactly do we want to do? Well, at least he's finally getting off his ass and stripping all the parts out of this ship that we hit. I mean, it's not much, but, you know, every dollar counts, especially with the fact that we're about to be, popping out that, what's it called, story event here at some point with one of the next ships that we dock on. If we tag up that thruster, and if we dismantle that wall, then we should be able to go and just blast through and get everything. And honestly, I think we might just dismantle the rest of the ship, because frankly, it doesn't need to exist, and I kind of need scrap parts for repair right now. So we'll tag up everything, and we're gonna snap our lock from Adam. And we're gonna just kind of use our visor to go into kind of cheats, that way we can see everything and tag it up correctly. Granted, I know this isn't gonna get everything, because there's some stuff like this nav station that's either going to be you have to break it completely, or you just can't do anything. Okay, so we're on default. Just to make things a little less hectic on the eyes, we're going to turn off the Fog of War, because, once again, I just don't like playing with the Fog of War. And there we go. So it begins. And I don't care that there's something wrong with Mr. Gross. He is our ex-boyfriend. There is something very wrong with him. He exists, and he's on my ship for some reason. Pitman, if you're gonna sleep, I'm gonna have you sleep in a bed and not by the airlock. Because, you know, I'd rather you not die. There we go. Once again, if I cared about how Andrew was feeling, I would sit down and I would talk with Andrew. But I do not care. He is our ex-boyfriend. What about that do you not understand, Adam? Okay, if I go, is there a thing in here that asks about how he's doing? No? Then I don't care. Maybe. Probably means one of his moodlets is low. Means I should probably talk to him. But I also just don't care. We do not care, we do not care, we do not care. And so what if Okalik scans us? We're all well within regulation. Don't care. Okay, why is it taking so long to dismantle all the floor? I'm gonna put him back to auto task and see if that fixes it. I don't know if he's stuck in some kind of loop there or something. But yeah, like, look at that. Like, we have a times 36. There's no way he should have been sitting there for that long for one piece of flooring. Also, that reminds me, we're gonna go and we're gonna tag some of this stuff with a haul, like the electric parts. We always need electric parts. Always, always, always. Okay, let's try to save the frame rate just a little bit. Honestly, I swear I make this game take forever just by going and slowing it down by messing around with shit that fucks with the frame rate. And once again, we just do not, absolutely do not care about Andrew. If I cared, I would say something, and I don't, so I'm not going to. Because guess what? He's gonna be fine. If he has a problem, he can go and he can talk about it with Pittman. Or maybe, just maybe, him and Adam can talk on the very rare occasion that I decide to go and, you know, let them sit down and all relax together. But until that day comes, the answer is, I'm sorry, Dave, I can't do that. Goodness, sweet mother of lag. But I mean, technically, if I have the lighting set for the full field of view, it doesn't seem to slow down as bad, so I don't know. Maybe that's something that we keep on trying to do. So where did the ex-boyfriend go? That dingus. Ah, he's out repairing shit. Perfect. You know, while we're at it, I think we should get all this shit hauled out from the side of the ship. And I think while we're at it, we're also going to take a look at the zone menu and double check to make sure that none of it. So if I do a little bit of this, and I hold C, we can remove all this stuff along the edge just in case that's what forced some of this crap to the outside of the ship. I mean, it's not like anything can be placed on these tiles anyways, but I have a feeling that they might be causing a little bit of a shenanigans. So, let's just try to make our ship shenanigans proof, you know? There we go. Perfect. I'm just gonna leave this for a second and I will be right back. Alrighty. After getting a refill on my lovely beer, we are back at it again. So let's see. Yeah, they're getting there on the hauling everything. And how about the dismantle? What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 different things left. That's not too bad. Adam, for the love of God, stop caring about your ex-boyfriend. I don't care, and you should not care either. He is a pawn. He is a tool. He is here to earn us money. That is his function. His function is to pick things up, put them down, repair things, and inevitably, when we have borders, he is here to fight the borders off at melee range instead of you. He is meant to be a bullet sponge so you don't die. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the sound of a second beer finally being opened. Hell yeah. And speed ship back up. Well, we're getting there. We're almost done dismantling this ship and hauling over all the stuff that we actually want. If anything, you know what? I'll take a second and go through and make sure I'm getting the things I actually need. Could probably get some more mechanical parts and aluminum. Probably bring more steel back over. Always electrical parts. I don't care who you are, where you are, when you are. For the love of everything in this game, you will always need the damn electrical parts. I don't care what stage of the game you're at. Everything is electrical, so you're just always going to fucking need them. You know, it never seems to run out for the demand anyways. If you're just tuning in, you're tuning in for hour 3 of our long stream. You missed the first hour, which was us playing some brain games to try and keep my brain a little bit healthier. Because I know for a fact, like most of us, it's been rotted out by all of the TikTok, YouTube shorts, Instagram reels, Facebook thingadaddles, or fucking whatever they're all called. So, you know, we have decided that we're going to devote some time to playing some games that actually require thinking. Because if you force your brain to think, it should help it think, you know? But we're not trying to become some sort of, fucking nerd, so we are drinking as well. Goodness gracious. Doo-doo-doo. You see, I feel like that thing that just popped up about feeling enlivened, refreshed, and energized from rare extended sleep is an absolute lie. Because my guy has barely gotten like 3 hours of sleep this entire night. Almost done. Okay. Getting through it. Honestly, I probably should have saved queuing up all the repair orders for some other time. Goodness. You know, honestly, I should see about going and downloading more music for the stream at some point. I've been adding a little bit here and there, but, you know, I'm a bit picky with my music these days. Goodness. Honestly, it's just a lot of repairing. Because I don't have enough money to pay the daily wages of Gross and Pittman tomorrow. So, I mean, we have, give or take, 21 hours. I mean, at the very least, all of our thrusters are almost repaired, so with that, I mean, we should be able to get our maneuverability up at least a little bit. I mean, goodness, realistically, for the size of our ship, if we go and we check up the Navlink app. No, we're not doing it today. How about the nav map? No devices in range. Okay. Well, we're almost done hauling all the shit that I want on board. After we get the last of it on, I think we're gonna go and end up attempting to rendezvous to the next ship. Let's see, it's about 3:30, which means at 4 o'clock Pittman gets her ass up out of bed. Which means we will have our 3-man crew all over again. And just like that, we can get going. So let's see. Oop. So if we go dock info, request clearance, undock. We hit the clamps. And after we hit the clamps, we find our ship. We target the next ship. Or do we want to do a full 360 walk away? Yeah, fuck it, let's go. I'm just glad we didn't smack that little piece of shit that was right there. Because that would be an absolute travesty. Because, fun fact, in this game there is physics. And when you smack one thing into another, guess what happens? Expensive sounds. That's what happens. And expensive sounds at this speed and everything else with the size of our ship, very unfortunately, that would probably mean that we would be dead. Because downside to the size of this ship, I don't have enough atmosphere probably on board. Well, I might. It's a slim chance that I might have enough atmosphere on board to be able to reflood the compartments with everything. The nitrogen would be an easy one because I've been picking up nitrogen all damn day. But the oxygen, now that one, I don't particularly know. And we're getting there. Once again, just stop giving a shit about Gross. His feelings literally do not matter. I will go and I will fire him, move him into the next ship that comes across, gun him down, and jettison his body to show you exactly how little I care about his feelings, Adam. Besides, we might be, heading into the maw of an eldritch horror. I don't have time to focus on the fact that you're an eldritch horror. Keep it in your pants, Walsh. You might be captain, but dear God, we are not that kind of captain. Come on now. Alright. Another 2.5 minutes. And if we would stop getting hit with moodlets, we'd be there a lot faster. So, once we get within 5 kilometers, we want to slow the fuck down to under 100 meters per second. Hail ship, hit this ship, initiate unguided docking. Let's see, we want to have it at 1x speed. We already have negative VCRS, we just got to get our bearing lined up. Perfect. Okay, interesting. Let's see what's going on with this ship. Okay, so we have a reactor that is currently... Please tell me this thing is powered off right now. Oh, thank God. So if that thing was powered on, we would be in a shit ton of trouble. Let's double check this signal box, see what it's all hooked up to. And then we're just gonna turn it all off. Where's the battery so we can disconnect this bad mother? I mean, let's see what's in the dolly. I mean, there we go. Free dolly for us. So we'll just take this back on our ship, load it up with some of these nitrogen cans. Oh, you know, that might be the cause of some of the lag and the gang signs that the game is throwing up. Because, fun fact, in this game, you technically aren't supposed to stack things on the floor. There really isn't a, kind of physics, I guess, for piles of crap in this game. You can do stacks of crap that are meant to stack together, you know, like trash or mechanical parts or, I don't know, just conduit flooring, all that fun stuff, yeah? However, you aren't exactly supposed to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 different cans, O2 pump, and a thruster all in the same space. Oh God. Pittman, gross. Which one of you did that to me? Yeah, we're gonna take this one. And we're just... No. Get over here. Take that. And we're gonna come over here and we are going to take a moment. We are going to fix this. I do not want to face the power of Clang today. Thank you very much. I have faced the power of Clang enough in my life. And I have a feeling this might actually make the game run about 10 times smoother. Alright, we'll dump that over here. Let's see. We'll see what's in this dolly, see if we can't unfuck what got fucked. Well, it's decently full, but I mean, we can make do. We can make do. So let's throw that down, and let's just try to pick up some more of this. Goodness. And there we go. Now that should be a lot less unhappy with me. Yeah. We aren't going to talk about that. You know, you ever just have one of those situations where you're like, you know, as they say in that one movie that got really popular that I never saw because I just didn't care enough. We Don't Talk About Bruno. Yeah, it's one of them we don't talk about Bruno situations right there. Just like with making sure all this stuff is properly stacked. Oh, goodness. Okay, so if we go a little something like this, and then like that, and then we can select the crate and pry that open. There's nothing but open crates on this ship. Cool. And we're just gonna take a poke, look through. Let's see, nothing but trash there, so I'm gonna start tagging stuff up for uninstall. Yeah, we'll take a thruster. You know what? We should probably cancel all of that real quick. Deactivate wall, floor, and conduit. We don't need or want any more of that crap. But I will see about taking some of the lights, because I like my lighting. Let's see, move all around for the parts for that. We'll take the batteries out. More thrusters over there. Got the intake, got the heater, and I think that'll be all. Alright, hit it, boyo. Do your worst. Or what are you... Adam. I mean, I'm not gonna complain that you're repairing the arcade cabinet, because, you know, we do need the arcade cabinet. I do quite like the idea of getting more recreation on board for our guys. That's why I was so excited when I saw that. Alrighty. You know what, we'll speed things up and we'll just zoom out a bit. I mean, admittedly, it does make it hard to kind of track our guys, so we'll turn off the, we'll turn back on the fog floor. Just that way we can kind of see, you know, this is what the game normally looks like. And this is probably another pile of clang over here that I'll have to detangle eventually. Honestly, it's part of why I'm considering selling the ship off wholesale. And why I probably am going to. I mean, first we'll have to double check the ship that we pick up and make sure that it's not, you know, a complete and total piece. Because there is some things that I would like to have on my ship, like a fully functioning reactor. If we go like this, there we go. Now we're just falling at him. There we go. See, this is how the game goes, you know, it's just baby steps, incremental, little bit by little bit. Just like topping up my beer, so that way I finish the whole thing, little bit by little bit. Hell yeah. Don't have to have beer to have a good time, but by God, it sure doesn't hurt. What's that, another 30,000-40,000 for all the parts to the reactor here? Not bad. Of course, you know, we'll take a look at Loveth Rollins. Honestly, we might actually see about heading straight back to the what's it called? To OK Leg after this. Oh, it's damaged? Well, in that case, we can go and we can smack that. We'll see if... No... Scrap, maybe? Yeah, buddy. There we go. Turn the speed back up. normally you have to be a lot more careful about how and when you uninstall the batteries. And you know what? Here, let's swap over to one of these overlays real quick so that way we can kind of see what's going on. Because I'm curious as to where the fuck that's all getting power from. 'Cause I don't see... Or could it just be? Yeah, no, apparently it is just that compact ship battery. Okay, that's fine. You know what? We'll double check, make sure all that's tagged with uninstall orders. We're gonna have to go through all the bins. And then we're gonna have to see about heading through and tagging everything for a haul. But you see, all of our stuff on our ship's starting to come together. And if we go, we pop our visor all the way over to damage. Whee. Yeah, we still got a long way to go, but that's fine. Let's see, if we go orders, repair, we'll tag those up. Yeah, honestly, we'll tag them all. Because no matter what, I want my thrusters in good condition. Especially considering the fact of when we go to sell the ship off, I'm planning on stripping everything out of the ship that I can get away with. Which means, you know, there might be a few thrusters missing when I actually sell the thing. It's not like it'll change the maneuverability any. But we definitely aren't leaving stuff like our battery chargers. Actually, you know what? Fine. We'll reminisce with our, you know, buddy here. And we'll free him from his stuff for a moment. There we go. Spawn with some encouragement, some other stuff. Try to get him to pick his head out his ass. Because I just don't have time for it. Let's go with hauling. Tag the pump. Heater. Tag that thruster. Tag the batteries. Tag all of the reactor parts, because those are always worth the damn money. Tag these crates. Got 2 more pumps there. That's just a generic canister, that's for CO2. Let's see, so if I tag up the wall, and we'll tag just a few of the units of the wall, so that way we can go and access the entire ship. That should go, and that should solve all of that. There we go. Should probably take that off before he goes and suffocates. He needs a new battery. He'll be fine though. And Adam, we're gonna take that off unless you absolutely have to be having it there, bud. We're trying to save on the oxygen cost. Eventually, some of these batteries will get plugged into the battery stack that we're building at the, I want to say it's the northwest corner of the ship, so the front left. The eventual plan is to have this entire corner be nothing but batteries. To be honest, I want to say 90% of this ship, as I'm building it, is legitimately, I just want money. So I'm going to go and I'm going to cram and bullshit my way into making money when I sell this damn ship. I say this one's okay. I'm not certain how I feel about this song. I don't know if it's gonna stay in the files. Let's see. So if we click over here, and drop down about 3 different files deep. And there we go. Now that shouldn't pop up in the, what's it called? Queue the next time I queue up all the music. I've actually been doing really good on picking out, you know, music for streams and games. I think I already have about 5 hours set up. I want to see about getting somewhere in the realm of 12 to 24. Then we're going to see about organizing it all into like a different kind of genre blend lists. We're going to start having, you know, slightly musically themed episodes for games like Ostranauts, where while the soundtrack is fantastic, it doesn't play often enough for my personal taste, which is why for streaming we're using copyright free. Granted, I think also for the regular gameplay, we also don't use it there, so not much you can say. goodness gracious. Honestly, sometimes I look at this game and it just makes me feel like I'm playing a different version of The Sims. Which is honestly incredibly funny because I don't think I've ever even played The Sims. I think I've even ever owned The Sims. But I do have to say, the music selection tonight is definitely keeping me, you know, actually awake and aware of what's happening in the game, compared to just sitting and listening to the silence of space. And another low pressure alert, and once again something is wrong with our esteemed Mr. Gross that I just cannot bring myself to care about. But that's fine. We just gotta keep repairing and keep working, and eventually our ship will be ready to go. And this right here is some of our spoils from that luxury cruiser that we hit. We actually got some bar tops, an arcade, and I want to say a... oh, what's it called? Like 2 different bunk beds. So we actually genuinely made out like bandits from that. As far as I'm concerned, you know, we genuinely won a good gamble on that ship. Just gonna ignore all the oxygen things beeping at you there, bud. Which, frankly, I'm surprised we haven't heard a nitrogen alarm here in a second. And our nitrogen levels are actually quite low, all things considered. It should be closer to 75 kilopascal than 70. So that does me a little bit of an alarm. So... yeah. Oh, we still have a decent amount. Well, no, that's next to nothing for the oxygen. We should probably see about fixing that. Cool, so... let's see, so if I come down here, and... yeah. Let's put a turbo pump, like, right there. We're gonna pick that one up. Son of a... I just jettisoned a damn pump. Son of a bitch. That's just good money, just damn wasted. I don't know how he's able to jettison the pump. That is absolute horseshit. Let's see, what do we got for nitrogen? Looking for big money, big money. Alright, I think we'll go for this tank of nitrogen. We'll slap that in here. Just have to look around, see what we can find for oxygen. Because, I mean, I've got a shit ton of tanks laying about. I mean, I think this one will do, though. Right? Yeah, I like that one better. And then all we gotta do is hook up the control panels to, I don't know, probably these two right here. Then allow them to use the turbo mode because, you know, well, for the nitrogen, we'll allow it to use the turbo. You don't want to use the turbo with the, what's it called? Oop, what one is that? So that's the oxygen. We don't want to use the turbo for that. So hook you up to that O2 alarm. Say done there. Turn you to auto. And for this one, control paddle turbo, pressure, hook that up to the nitrogen alarm, done, and turn that to auto. And there we go. That should slowly fix our problems across the ship. Now if I really wanted to fix it, I'd probably stick a vent right in that room as well. Do I have any vents on board? I swear I know what I'm looking for in this jumbled old mess. I just don't know if I have one. Because I think I either sold or scrapped them all. Because, you know, you need parts, and it's made of parts. Monkey see, monkey do. And all that jazz. Vent. There we go. So let's slap a vent. You know, how fucking hilarious it would be just to slap one straight into outer space and kill us all. You know. I imagine there's at least 1 or 2 people who have done that accidentally in this game. But I figure if I do something like that, and I open the vent, and there we go. Now we should have a pretty well balanced atmosphere. And with the fact that I used a turbo pump for that nitrogen instead, we shouldn't have to worry about it going and running out anytime soon in ways that I don't want to deal with. So let's see what's in these bins and start to actually pick apart this ship, because I think we've, give or take, spent more than enough time here. We're also going to have to investigate the body and see what's up with Chucklefuck over there. Ah, manual for fusion. Guess what? We've already achieved that. It was quite fun. I actually blew a hole in the ship like 3 different times. Granted, those are all alternate universe adventures, and none of them have actually technically happened, because, I don't know, I don't want to have to spend time fixing a hole in my ship the size of the reactor room, or, you know, having to pay out the death benefits for my crew. You know, it'll be a cold day in hell before I cough up the 70 or 80 grand that it costs to, technically, pay that out. Okay. 1, 2, tag those for hauling. We have a few more bins. Nothing. Take that for hauling. Let's unlock his PDA. Now, PDAs aren't too, useful. Let's see what he's got on him. Just an R2 cartridge. Oh, apparently he's got, rousing media on the, PDA. Not bad. Alrighty, Mr. Loveth Rollins, or Mrs. Loveth Rollins. I apologize. Let's, see. Ooh, looks like you got a nasty, blow to the brain box there. From a collision, accident, or hypervelocity debris. Oh boy, I forgot that was a thing. Hypervelocity debris, because, you know, when you're flying through space at the speed of fuck that's fast, you know, everything else is also flying at the speed of fuck that's fast. So let's just see about collecting some of her bullshit, because, well, it's always nice to have a few extra bags. And I guess that and a few more things to haul will be all. Alright. Auto task and have at it. And of course, with every autosave comes, guess what? The lag monster. Oh, how delightful. Alright, gentlemen, hurry up and get this ship stripped out of all the parts. we gotta get going. Got places to be, people to piss off, and money to be made. Especially considering the fact that we're going to have to stock up on atmospherics and... I mean, I could always redesign this to be a bit more of a spaceship-y kind of configuration, but I don't know. I think the box is just going to get sold off as is. But before we do that, we are definitely doing a clearance sale of everything on board. And there's going to be a few things like these Myria drives. We're going to take both of those because I like those. And I hate having to use the regular intake regulators. Just allows you to have a nicer gas tank capacity, you know. Because what? It's a 4-space thing. 3-space? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it covers 3 different spaces. So, you know. And what? One of those covers 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 2 in each direction. I don't know. I guess technically it's a better use of space than the regular intake drives. I'm not 100% certain on that, but they're considered rare in universe. And I think I stole one of those in my prologue, so it's mine. And I'm not letting go of my shit. They can claw it from my cold dead hands. Goodness. Oh yeah, that's another thing that we got on the pleasure yacht that we essentially raided. So we got a full exercise set of equipment. We have the treadmill and the what is it? The strength trainer that we got from that. We'll have to rip our own med bed out of this ship when we move to the next one, just in case someone gets hurt. But I mean, then again, if someone gets hurt, I mean, they might just get fired in space, because, you know, sometimes it's just cheaper that way. Yeah, I'm not gonna think too hard about all of that. You do you, honeyboo, and enjoy throwing up gang signs. Oh shit, we're finally getting around to repairing nav stations. Not bad. I mean, to be fair, they are worth like 12 grand or so when they're fully fixed up. It's just a matter of finding someone who will actually buy the damn things. And once again, we just have more tendinitis, more pain. Welcome to it, buddy. It's the human experience for you. You'll manage. I mean, you know, it's not bad. Look, gross is fine. Just don't worry about it. And eventually I'd love to get this cargo bay flooring installed, but I have a feeling that's going to be a not this ship kind of install. especially with how I'm starting to feel about the cube. Like, I love it for what it is, but I don't know. The less time I get to spend with the cube, because, you know, I'm out job hunting throughout the week instead of sitting around recording gameplay after work, or while waiting for people to answer about work. And with the fact that I still haven't figured out how to use DaVinci Resolve yet. Which, realistically, I should start going and following tutorials on YouTube. You know, funny enough, to learn how to make videos for YouTube through DaVinci Resolve. But that's all something for another day. I'm a bit too busy for that right now. Now, relaxing on a Saturday with a gold one. Never too busy for that. So if you haven't noticed by now, there are two different kinds of repairs. There's the ones that tick down and then the ones that tick up. The ones that tick up are going to be your actual, you know, full-on repairing the item, whereas the ones that tick down are restoring the item back into a repairable state. So what are we missing? We're missing motors, more electronic parts, we're missing motherboards. Let's see. What can I do about that? You know what? We're gonna get back on the ship and we'll get out of here. Leave the dead woman in peace. Happy trails. Now let's see, where do we want to go for the next ship? I'm guessing we'll go here. We're going to start making our way towards the inner ring of the boneyard and see if we can't get back to OK Leg. And there we go. Bump up our VCRS real quick. So that way our cross velocity is not bad. So yeah, so right now if we were to actually use the thruster that we have from our reactor, we only have about, looks like 4 hours and 20 minutes. Not bad, not bad. Of travel time. What the? Yo, whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell? I think we just got hit. See, I told you, space debris, it's a thing. I'm just glad that we're pumping enough atmosphere already. Otherwise, that actually would have killed all of my crew. Let's double check the damage and see. Oh, goodness. Pittman. Put a fucking helmet on. And, get to work. So where did we get hit? Where are we leaking from? Okay, so over here. Okay. Shit. Yeah, that just popped a hole in our wall. And that wiped out all of my atmospherics. Son of a bitch. That is very, very, very not jazzy or good in any meaning of the words. I'm just glad I got Pittman up and had her throw her suit on, otherwise she'd be dead as a doornail. And now we're gonna have to see about going and finding more nitrogen and oxygen on board to actually replace that stuff. Okay, and I mean, honestly, that should be more than enough to get us back into breathable status. I hope. Oh, by goodness, I hope. Are our numbers rising? Are they falling? See, this is why we're probably gonna end up selling this ship, because it is starting to become a death trap. To both captain and crew. I mean, to be fair, it's probably not that bad, but after getting pelted with a small meteor storm like that, and the amount of just damage that did. I don't feel comfortable standing around on the ship and not fixing as much as we can. Door doesn't have power, so... shoot, I don't have the power chip installed. Let's see. Would have been PDA bullshit. Hop in here, we got the price, mass, power. There we go. Alright, so we'll swap out damage for power. Oh yeah, that is absolutely just smashed parts of our ship to pieces. Sweet goodness. Okay, so now we can swap back. Change over to damage. And we can start to diagnose all this stuff. We'll start with this pit of conduit right here. See if that don't fix everything. Oh, you know what? You know what? Let's just pry the door. And we'll repair that door up. We'll try to figure out why the hell it's not getting power, because it should be, by all means. I mean, there's no way I don't have power on the ship. I should have power on the ship. Alright, we're gonna uninstall this nitrogen. We can pick it up, we can drop it. Oh shit, we're probably smacking into something. Oh, fuck, our nav console is off. Shit, shit, shit. Oh, don't tell me this is the end of the ship. Did I finally piss off the space gods enough? Conduit is broken. Figures the conduit is broken across there. Okay, please tell me you have more conduit in your bag. We have exactly one. Fuck. Okay, okay. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Relax, breathe. Almost lost my cool. Okay, so what do we got to do? We have to find conduit. Where the hell is all my conduit at? You know, I'm beginning to see a problem. I don't think there is. Oh, perfect, perfect. Okay. We're gonna take all of this conduit. And we're gonna go and we're gonna do a few quick installs. And we are going to bridge. No, 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 no. Back here, back here, back here. Wrong mood right now. Come on, Adam. Just do the thing, Adam. Because we can bridge across here, and that should restore power to the front portion of the ship. See, that's why you need to double check and make sure you actually have redundancies, because something will smack into your ship at some point, and oh my goodness, it will ruin your damn day. goodness, how much damage have we done to the ship? There we go. Okay, okay, okay. We have power. Fantastic. Well, we are at our target. Now here's the question, is how much damage do we do to this ship? Oh, goodness. Well, Adam, let's go see how much that space meteor fucked us. Chunky blood. Well, that's weird. Well, let's just punch a hole in the wall and we'll see what this packaging's about. So I have a feeling it has something to do with this Perpetual Protein Project meat product. Interesting. Let's take a look at that. Inspecting it, running globules of fat and blood are left behind on the inside, while corporate jargon and minuscule nutrition liability data covers the outside. Unfamiliar branding shows the Brave New World LLC logo over the Voltaire University's skyline, silhouetted against a Mars rise with a slogan, "Don't ask, ask, why don't I have one?" Interesting. There's a bunch of those around, isn't there? Yeah. It's all the same thing. Oh yeah, you know what? While we're here and while we have the walls ripped open, let's fix that shit up. And we have breathable atmosphere once again, so Pittman, you can relax now. Or not. Same with you, Gris. Since we're now safe and we don't have to worry, everyone can go back to just doing whatever the fuck. But we are definitely going to have to rip apart this new ship, grab all those nitrogen tanks. That's the first time I think I've ever actually ran into a space object and accidentally explosively decompressed my ship. Goodness, I'm glad this thing is so fucking massive, otherwise we probably would not have survived that. Let's see, we can haul those, and if we open up Adam's inventory, we can trash the trash. So that way it just completely disappears. I'm not gonna lie, that was a lot of panic, though. Whew. Goodness. Okay. So we don't want floors, we don't want walls, we don't want conduit. So if we take our uninstall tool, we can tag up all the thrusters and everything else. And I want to say I think that was it. Yeah, that looks to be it for that little fuel hauler here. Aside from all the weird meat goo stuff. Probably some kind of like Bill Gates and possum meat, you know? I refuse to eat that stuff. I don't trust it. Look, if it didn't have a heartbeat and a pulse, and it's supposed to be meat, I can't trust it. I'd rather eat beans and nothing but beans, you know? I would willingly subject myself to a life of that before I had anything to do with anything Bill Gates. It's like his, he created this, like, super chemical yada whatever that's supposed to keep fruit fresh for, you know, 1 billion years on the shelves at the grocery store. And it does. And it does the work really well. Well, I saw a thing that, guess what? You know, it might end up causing, like, mega cancers. Which, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, anytime you create some form of preservative that's supposed to last way, way, way longer than what is, you know, natural, there's gotta be something wrong with that. But I guarantee you, you know, it all gets swept under the good old rug. Alright. And probably one more change out of the nitrogen on board, and then we should probably be all set for our atmospherics. I mean, granted, the nitrogen is mainly here just to keep all of our oxygen on board, you know? It's to keep it from all flying out in 2 seconds. And you know what, we're gonna keep one of these packets on us because I'm still kind of curious about that. We might also see about collecting some of the meat juice, whatever that shit is, and carrying that with us as well. I don't know, it could also provoke something with the story, which I've been trying to do forever and a day. Oh, goodness. I'm just glad that we managed to go and survive the explosive decompression of the ship. Because that just... Ooh, that scared me. So if I couldn't figure out where that was coming from, that would have been it, you know. No more Captain Walsh, no more Abby Pittman, no more Andrew Gross. We would have had to see about restarting with a new crew. Granted, you know, a fresh start wouldn't be bad. But I've been nursing this save for about a month and a half across, you know, like 8 different early access builds without it breaking so far. I'm kind of attached. I think that's one of my favorite parts about this game is, you know, just how far it's come since I started playing. And the fact that I'm almost done with going and ripping this ship apart for all of its bits. Which reminds me, I need someone to close this door. Okay. Give him a little bit of time. Hit the undock, request the clearance. Just be glad that that little liner wasn't anything bigger, bulkier, or traveling at high speed, or else we would have been absolutely fucked. Because, you know, when you're flying at the speed of Mach fuck, you know, things tend to hit you at that speed too. So our VCRS, just in case you don't know, is our cross velocity. Our VREL is our actual velocity. The range is the distance between us and what is our current target. Our bearing, BRG, is, you know, our 360 walk away, you know, kind of where we're pointing at. We want to try and keep that as on target as possible. We want to keep our VCRS as close to null as possible. And then we will be there in about 8 minutes of game time. Which we can speed through just a little bit, or a lot of it, actually. But if we aren't careful, we will crash again. And I am not excited to see what a second crash inside of 20 minutes would do to my ship. Look, Adam, I do not care about what emotional turmoil Andrew is going through at this current day and time. I just cannot bring myself to care. We are about to hit another ship inside of 2 minutes. You don't realize I do not care. Dude, just take it off. You're fine. See, the AI in this game, as smart as the devs have made it, it is not the brightest still. Because if the AI needs to go onto another ship, it will equip a EVA suit, yeah? However, if it no longer needs that EVA suit, or that EVA suit runs out of power, it will still keep the EVA suit equipped. And I always keep that muted because I just don't care, but in retrospect, I should probably keep the proximity alarm unmuted just in case. So now we line up, get a nice, good bearing. Oh, come on. Goodness, just hitting a lag spike, I guess. Probably some form of memory leak. I mean, the game's early access, what do you expect? It's not perfect. And that's perfectly okay. Honestly, right now I'm here to enjoy the game in its current state, break the game as much as possible, because the more I break the game and the more bug reports I end up submitting with the stuff I end up breaking, the better this game ends up being. So, you know, maybe eventually there will be something named after me in the game. I mean, I don't think they'll do that. That's a little too narcissistic for my taste. Still be cool if it happened. But, you know, it's not going to be one of those, oh, I'm going to try and force it to happen. Nah. Alright, so D0D medium, this is going to be shitty. No, D is like pretty good repair. It's like a 60%. Let's deal with the bimbo real quick and get him, you know, with an actual battery and redo his oxygen, so that way he isn't just dying on us if he decides to come work on the other ship. Same with Pittman, we'll have to check hers out too. Alrighty, dingus. Get you a full battery. Hit up the oxygen tanks. And what do we got in here? Yeah, that'll do. There we go. And get back to whatever the hell it was you were doing. Merry Christmas. And Pittman, how you doing? Yeah, you need a new battery. You need two, actually. Alright, there you go, and back to auto task. Buddy, we're fine. You don't need to be wearing it. You're in a good environment right now. Okay, real quick, we're gonna go and... we're gonna rip out this nitrogen canister, and then we're gonna slap a different one in. Yeah, and the oxygen's doing fine. Okay. just in case, we're gonna pick this up and we're gonna haul this one down. Because I'm not having my crew run out of oxygen anytime soon here, yeah? But we shouldn't be losing oxygen like that. What happened? Yeah, see, one room, decent maneuverability, it's fine. We'll deal with that in a minute. Gotta check the ship borders real quick, see if I blew out a hole in the ship on accident with more space. No, that's just damaged conduit and actual trash. So let's see. What do you mean you don't have enough space? Dude, you always have enough space. Quit whining about it. There, we'll put the meat bag in a pocket of the backpack real quick. But if we don't get this restored, we're just gonna have issues with our power. And I am very much over our power being just a bit bunched. I'd rather have a nice continuous circuit that's actually, you know, doing what it's supposed to be. And you, close. You know, I'm glad he actually had his helmet on before I sent him on the ship, because that would have actually killed him. Well, not immediately, but he'd definitely be suffering right now. Auto vents, are they actually worth money? I mean, honestly, they're more of a pain in the ass than they're worth. Let's see, we can pick up this bin, just see what's in it. Yeah, heatsink, don't care. What are you doing, buddy? Ah. So cool. We'll tag pumps, cans. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. Adam, why? Well, we almost just killed him. If we can drag him back on board fast enough, he'll be fine. And while we're at it, yeah, I don't keep blister seals on my ship. I don't believe in them. Useful as they may be. Yeah, we're gonna drag him and see about putting him in the med pod. At the very least, getting him over here. He'll wake up at some point. Good freaking job, Adam. You fucking dumbass. You know, I guess this is why I shouldn't play this game while I've been drinking, but, well, you know, what you gonna do? Alright, and, you get back to it there, Andrew. You'll be fine. And why are you freaked out? Like, what's going on with you? Goodness. Almost taken out by the stupidest thing. Adam should wake up at some point. Yeah, there we go. And we'll throw him on the medical bed. Yeah, there we go. Or not. Why the shit did he just... What's wrong with him? You know what? I'm not gonna worry about it. You good, buddy? I say we'll throw him in bed. Let him relax for a bit. Take over as Mr. Gross for now. See about tagging and uninstalling all the crap that we need from this ship. So we got the thrusters. I don't remember how much an antenna is worth, and he has zero freaking idea. So I think we're just gonna leave it. Andrew. Just get back to work. Adam, no. Go back to bed. Tag that for Hall. We're going to throw you on auto task. What time is it? It is... Good, it's still work hours. And that transponder is bunched, so we wouldn't be able to get it regardless, even if it was in good condition. There's nothing wrong with Adam. He is fine. He is sleeping off, going and almost spacing himself. Which, once again, we just got very lucky that I knew what I was doing. Otherwise, that would be very, very unfortunate. Still kind of embarrassed that I did that, though. Holy shit. That makes me feel very not bright. That also reminds me, I need to reinforce my power network. Which apparently I can't do as my basic crew. Okay. Do something like that. Always bridge across your doorways, people. It's just a little extra bit of security to make sure that, you know, just in case one portion of your ship gets cut off, everything else is still connected. Like this, unacceptable. I can't believe I did that. Same here, like where's the wall and where's the... Ooh. That is actually factually embarrassing. I'm gonna let them buzz around for a bit. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I will be right back, and I'll let you watch Mr. Gross as he zips around. And we're back. Not bad. And how's Adam doing? You big baby. You get spaced for a few minutes and you start to complain like you've been up for 3 days. Yeah, see, he's fine. Perfectly fine. Nothing wrong. Don't worry about it. And we still have yet to install all that extra proofing for the wire. That's fine. They'll get around to it. Now, before you go and do anything crazy there, Slim, we're gonna see about cramming you back into your monkey suit. Just in case. 'Cause I don't trust these pawns, and I especially double don't now, because that was just absolutely brain dead what he did. I mean, I know. I'm supposed to be the one in control of Adam and everyone else. But, you know, they gotta take some of the blame for the dumb shit that they do. And we'll tag these thrusters with hauling. We can actually see what this antenna... Yeah. Where's mine? Mine is... Where did I... Ah, there's my antenna. Yeah, $3,000, and I want to say it takes up like 2 units. Oh. Next time, buddy, just put your helmet on first, for Pete's sake. Yeah, he'll be fine in a second. See, I feel like they changed something in between this and the last time I played, where now characters no longer put on helmets automatically. Or, like, your main character won't put a helmet on automatically when exiting through an airlock. There used to be a thing where they, like, throw up an absolute shit fit if you tried to make them do it. Yeah, you'll be fine. He's just gotta breathe for a minute. Don't worry about it. Yeah, just he'll be fine. Alright, Gross, hop on the nav station, get us the hell out of here. Because we've wasted too much time at this ship. Let's see. Let's go. Let's take a hard right, I guess, and we'll head out. And I think that might be the last ship that we hit for the night. And then we will call it for the day. Leaves us with about 33% RCS. Not bad. try to get our bearing as dead on as we can here. And there we go. And I would just go and super fast forward an hour, but I mean, we don't have much time to waste. Especially considering I don't have money to pay Gross and Pittman their bloody wages. So I should probably see about getting that settled before I go and start, you know, using super fast forward again. And I'll have to see about getting some other Dingleberry to be part of my crew. Which, that's gonna take a good, like, 2-3 hours. Yeah, I'll tell you what's wrong with him. He's passing out from not having his bloody helmet on like a Dingleberry. He'll be fine. Don't worry about it. And you can see exactly how fast, especially at like the 16x speed, you blast through RCS fuel and everything else if you tap too hard. Then again, every single tap in this speed is way too hard. Like if I were to try and even out our bearing, normally I'd be able to adjust it with nice little bit of fine finesse. However, if I were to do so now, we would go spinning off like Team Rocket does. Blasting off into outer space once again. Okay, and we are now within range. Fun fact, you can double click the regular speed, the play button to turn yourself back down to the 1x speed. Okay, so if we cancel out the VCRS, and time to show off my skill at the docking again. 0.69 seconds left before we crash. Not bad. Alrighty. Now, because I'm a little bit smart and I have played this game before and I do know what I've done, we are going to start arming ourselves whenever we go aboard any new ship. And I do mean, like, proper arming ourselves. Okay, Mr. Gross. It's not that big of a ship, but let's see what we got. Dan, I left the handgun behind. Oh, fucking damn it. Alright, well, that's fine. We're just gonna have to speed through this. And just double check that there's no surprises that need... Yeah, no, we wanna... Get back on the ship. Get back on the ship. Adam. Helmet on this time. Wake the fuck up, Samurai. We got a city to burn. Or, well, in this case, we got some meat to burn. So I don't know if it, or how it does it in this version, but I very clearly remember when I first started playing this game, this stuff spreads like a motherfucker. This is ship AIDS, pretty much. Inspecting the meat. Raw, pinkish, veiny meat, quivering where it is not hardened by vacuum or radiation. Tufts of brown and gray bristly hair emerge here and there directly from the muscle, viscera, and veins. Yeah, no, we're gonna destroy that. Cause oh hell no. I don't know about you, but if I come across a giant thing of meat in fucking space, I am destroying it with absolute prejudice. 10 out of 10 times. Oh shit, we ran out of ammo. Please tell me I have more ammo. I got 5 more rounds. Please tell me I have more than 5 bloody rounds on me. No, I do not. So wait, how much is this worth? I mean, that's not bad. We'll move the trenchers down to our pockets for now, and we're going to load up on that meat. We'll see about taking that with us, because that can sell for money. And it stacks. And we're always looking for money that stacks. But also, that reminds me. Bang. 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 A hoof. I don't want to know why there's a hoof coming from that thing. Inventory. Bullets? Bullets. 1. Great. Inventory more bullets? No more bullets. Piss. Not good. Level of not good? Debatable. Very not good. But I will take all this meat, though. Actually, Adam, you should have prying tool on you. Yes, you do. Good fucking job. I'm so glad you remembered to bring that today. Get your crowbar, beat it. Thank goodness. Oh, apparently we can long for better food. Disgusting. A goat leg stretching out of a raw meat chunk covered in matted hairs. We're going to take a look at that. Inspecting the hoof. It's a goat hoof attached to a large muscular goat leg that exceeds both animal and human proportions. Its hair is matted with gore, off-color blood, and congealed fat. Well, you know what they say. We're going to see about selling that to some motherfucker. Because I guarantee you there's some sick son of a bitch out there who will pay good money for that. And what are we? We are a capitalist, I believe is a good term for it. Let's see, what else we got out here? Motherboards, cargo web, electrical parts. We always need electrical parts. Oh, yeah, that's right. Pro tip for, you know, people who made it this far in the video. Always hit Alt whenever you're looking at crap, just in case you're kind of confused. Because that will help you figure out what you need to do. And, gross, you can put the katana down, you damn weeb. And get back over here and come pick up your backpack. Well, now that we've dealt with a minor meat infestation, we're gonna have to hurry up and get out of here as fast as fucking possible. Because I just do not think that is linked to anything good, and I don't know how to deal with that. Note to self, we're going to have to go and buy a lot, and I do mean a lot more bullets. On the upside, though, I have a feeling that actually got us some, armed... Well, no, not... Well, I guess there is no ranged combat. But it got us some, armed melee combat, which is not bad. Just a few more times of finding the meat and beating the shit out of it, and then we'll be all set to go. Goodness. Now, I have absolutely no clue how fast that meat is supposed to spread. But if you are a new player, you know, or you haven't played the game, we are definitely getting to a portion of, you know, the story like I promised, you know? Told you guys it would happen eventually. Oh, and hey, look, someone wants to go and hit us up on Facebook. $5 says it's the local authority or one of those damn ghost ships again. Which one of you bastards wants what? Yeah, that's what I thought. Of course, my salvage permit looks good. It always looks good. You want to know why it looks good? Because I keep that thing on me. Because, fun fact, if you actually don't keep your salvage permit on your character, it will be viewed as you not having a salvage permit, which will usually result in a hefty fine. And I don't know about you, but having to deal with the fines in this game for literally anything is always a massive, massive pain in my ass. But after we finish scraping the guts out of this ship for the night, we will call it there. So we're gonna start getting ready to wind down, I guess. Well, as you can see, we are in early access, and some of the stuttering is just due to how I've been playing with the high speed. Some of it's due to stuff that is just going on in the debug console. Mostly from stuff being accidentally stacked on it. I will be fixing it. Now, if you're coming, Mighty Green, from anywhere in the community and trying to see if there's a way to fix the stuttering, once again, the game's early access. You're gonna just have to be patient with it. Some of the things I've found that have minimized stuttering is definitely keeping the field or the fog of war disabled, because as long as it doesn't have to render too many lighting effects, it doesn't seem to not mind, but it doesn't seem to stutter as bad, I guess. Let's see, we'll just tag this stuff up for hauling real quick. And there we go. Also, there's a lot of things that will help with the stuttering. So, the stuttering in this game can be caused by a couple dozen different factors that I have noticed. The 3 or 4 most common and prevalent ones are going to be having a lot of different what they're called, orders queued up like this right here. You know, right now it's searching through every order trying to figure out, oh hey, do I need to deliver a motor to this, or do I not need to? There's also the atmosphere updating. That can also go though, and that can slow down the game. Honestly, there's so much that can go and just cause the stutters in the game, especially when you're playing at the higher speeds. I mean, all you're doing is essentially running it through code and ramming it through code faster and faster, and when the code already has stuff in it that causes it to stutter, that's just going to make it stutter more. So there's not much you can do about it. But, you know, it's the pains of early access. What are you going to do? Let's see. Go to the roster, switch over. Adam, you have haul on your things to do. Get hauling. Or is there no... And it's not like there isn't space, man. Oh my goodness. Come on. Pick it up. Bring it over here. And then drop it. Okay. Gonna wake up? No, I'm guessing he's not. So, another thing there, Mighty Green, that will help. And I'm not going to demonstrate this one because we are at the end of the stream. Is reload your game. Once every, like, 2-3 hours, maybe at the max. I mean, I've pushed it for like 12 hours before with this game, but you're not supposed to. So what you're supposed to do, just to make sure that this game doesn't completely fry and bug itself to death, especially when you're kind of an asshole to the game like me, and you happen to accidentally have, you know, 50,000 things stacked one on top of another. Ooh, a data card. Yes, please, give me. I'm glad I picked that up before we got out of here. That could have something fun on it. Probably worth some money. Or it could be related to the meat that we found on board. Throw that in there. Pick up this O2. It's just restarting your game. Legitimately, restarting your game will fix a lot of the issues that you might have with this game. But it's not just a, oh, hey, you know, restart the game by going and exiting it, you know, X, Y, or Z way. You want to do a full proper, you know, save your game, then quit straight to desktop on, or what's called, like, whatever it's called, you know, restart. There we go. And let's see what they want. Probably, oh hey, your transponder seems all good. Have a good day. And was I right? No, it's another bug trying that. Okay, so like with my game right now, so I would save, and I would completely quit the app because it's early access. You know, when a game is early access, you have to accept that some things are going to work perfectly as intended. Some things are not going to work perfectly as intended. Otherwise, get a lot of RAM, get a good graphics card, get a good processor. I don't want to say get good, but like get a good PC, and you should be able to handle most everything with this game. Granted, I have had some very hilariously interesting game-breaking bugs happen because of the bullshit that I've put this poor game through. And if you're wondering what kind of graphics card and stuff I have, I don't remember the processor, but I remember the graphics card is something like Radeon 6900X Red Devil. You know, it's supposed to be as good as a 3080 Ti, give or take. I think it's a little bit better for video processing, which is exactly what I use it for. But I also have, you know, the full 64 gigabytes of RAM, and I try to keep my memory at least a little bit empty on my computer, because I have I've had bad experiences with having my memory full up on my computer, and that causing some issues with this game. So, you know, if you have a like 3 terabyte SSD or MK2 SSD, something like that, just make sure your memory isn't full. Otherwise, you know, between that or make sure your hard drive isn't full. You know, try to just leave some space, because that'll help speed up your computer and keep everything nice and clean. I'm one of those, what's it called? Just chaotic, messy motherfuckers, I guess we'll go with. As you can tell by my ship, my desktop is even worse, and my hard drive is even worse. So, I mean, that's about the best I can give for you. It's just, you know, try to watch your RAM, watch everything else. Don't stack things. Stacking things is bad. Stacking things is verboten. Oh shit, that's where all the extra bullets went. Damn it. Okay, you see, this is why we have to arm ourselves properly next time. But, yeah, no. This entire, ship itself, the size of the ship doesn't help, I don't think. Or at least, I don't know if it helps or if it hinders it. But I think this game is definitely a bit more friendly to, mid-size ships. You know, something maybe a bit more this size instead of the full this size. Yeah. Or maybe something like this would be a bit better. Honestly, I've considered chopping parts of the ship off to try and make it a bit more viable, but that is neither here nor there. It is quite late here, and I've got some cool friends to talk to before I pass out for the night, so thank you all for watching. I very much appreciate you. If you are here for the whole stream, if you are only here for part of the stream, or if you're here for the whole video or just part of the video, thank you for being here. So much of my time is dedicated just to bring all this to you guys, and I very much appreciate it. If you liked it, drop a like, drop a subscribe, you know, all that fun stuff. It's always appreciated. I will see you in the next one.